Hello, 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 and welcome again, day. And this is... Okay, that was a very good introduction tune, was it really? It's Monday's Boring Objects, and I really worked hard on that introduction. I spent seconds preparing for it, but it's okay. I'm feeling all right. Not everything goes to plan, so yeah. So welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep, Monday's Boring Objects, and I am going to actually do a Monday's Boring Objects properly, unlike last week, when I planned to talk about cats and ended up talking about who knows what. So I did have a message. Let me see if I can find the message. Let me have a look. Jason Newland's Boring Group. That's my Facebook group if you want to join. I had a message, I think it was last week, asking me if I could do a Monday's Boring Objects that actually talk about cats and dogs, but I can't find the message anywhere. Oh, I think it was part of my Q&A Friday. Let's have a look. No. Any questions for Q&A Friday? Okay, I'm pretty sure it was, so let's have a look. Beam, 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 beam. All comments. Right, Maria. Not so much a question, Jason, but more of a suggestion. As you didn't talk about cats last night in Monday's Boring Objects, would it be possible to talk about different breeds of cats or dogs at some stage in the future? Well, I can talk about cats and dogs that I've witnessed or that I've kind of met in my life. So I'll do that today. So that's kind of the closest thing, I think. I suppose Trivia Tuesday could be something where, like, random facts about cats and dogs, but I have had a bit of experience with some dogs and cats over the years because I've moved address so many times. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. So I'm going to do that, Maria. This recording is dedicated to Maria. So please only listen when you can, safely. Close your eyes. And my name's Jason Newland. I have two websites. One is jasonnewland.com, which is my podcast website, and I have jasonnewland.store, where you can download my recordings. And every time I do a new recording, I upload them to the store. And now the store is not full, but it is kind of getting there. The Let Me Bore You to Sleep ones are all up to date, I think. Yeah, pretty much. And I've been in the process. The Let Me Bore Your Pain Away was done. Sleep hypnosis. I've done the short voice only, long voice only, overnight voice only, and I've done the short music. So I've only got 2 more sections to do, and all the sleep hypnosis playlists finished. I'll still be doing this at Christmas. It's still, it's a big process, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there gradually. So the normal recordings without music. Well, basically now what I do is, instead of going back years and years and years and years, I upload the latest ones, whether it's the overnight music or the overnight voice, or all 6 versions get uploaded to the Let Me Bore You to Sleep section of the store, so you can download them for free. So yeah, it's really weird. I did a recording, number 1583, about being in the Sea Cadets, and the picture of the person looks very similar to my brother. Isn't that weird? So, so that's it. Not very exciting, was it? I've got Facebook group, as I said. I'm on YouTube, so you can find me on YouTube easily enough. Let Me Bore You to Sleep, or just by my name, Jason Newland. And every day I upload my latest recording, the first 59 minutes, to X, Instagram and TikTok. So I get a few people watching on TikTok, more than the others. So let me have a look, because I know probably a few of you are thinking, tell us the stats, JJ. So I will. Let's have a look. Stats, analytics. I can't do it because they're making me update the app. Download. I can download it. I've got data. Oh, wow. I phoned someone up the other day, and they said, "Oh, just hang up. I don't want you using all your credit." Credit? I'm not at school. What do you mean credit on my phone? This isn't the 90s. Blimey. I have a contract. I mean, it's not even expensive. I mean, it's expensive if you're buying the phone at the same time, but to just get a phone not pay as you go, but like just a SIM only, I think I'm only paying like 20 quid a month, and it's unlimited calls, unlimited texts, which is all I need. It's never going to run out. Like, mind you, I don't use it much. I'm not really a phone caller. I do have the occasional long phone calls with people, but I try to avoid it because this is weird, right? This might be a weird way of thinking about things. Sometimes I'll talk on the phone for ages, and I realise that I could have used that time and that energy up for a podcast. And I'm too tired to do a podcast. It's like I've used all my words up, which is a bit strange, innit? So yeah. Yeah, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. Right. Yeah, I'm not going to mention it. Just something happened at the weekend that was a little bit jarring. Had a conversation with my father. He told me off on the phone, on loudspeaker, because something I said. And I basically said something to my stepsister, because she said something, and I just said it to make her laugh, and she did laugh. But weirdly enough, I forgot I was on loudspeaker, which is probably a bit strange, but I'm not a big fan of loudspeaker when there's other people about. I'm a one-on-one person. So I got told off because I used a naughty word. Yeah. So that was sent me spiralling, if I'm honest. But hey, that's a whole different story. So what else have I got to do? That's it, pretty much. Everything's up to date. I've already done. Wow, you'd be so proud of me. I've already done. I need someone to be. I've already done a hypnosis recording this morning. Because I wasn't in the best state of mind yesterday, and I ended up going to bed very early, about 6 or 7. So I woke up at midnight with Vinny standing on me, saying, just staring at me, get up. It's like, why? So I think he was bored. So, I mean, we normally go to bed about 10, between 10 and 11. That's pretty much 12's the latest, 9's the earliest, generally. And so I got up. We were both awake. So I had my breakfast and then watched a bit of TV or a bit of a movie, and then I listened to some music for a while, some classical music, which is something that I do every day just to calm me down. And so I fell asleep, woke up, went back to bed, and then I got up again at 6. Now this isn't my normal process, this is what happened yesterday or this morning. Woke up at 6 this morning and I made a hypnosis recording. Yeah, made it. Or did I? No, I think I might just listen to some music again and then or watch TV. Then I made a recording between, I don't know, about just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Or was it 7:30? And it was all recorded, edited, uploaded, everything by just after 9 a.m. And then I took him out for a wander. Took Vinny out. See, I haven't told you this. I don't know if he's doing it now. Vinny's got a new best friend. It's a blue ball. He stole it off another dog on, I think it was Saturday, might have been Friday. And I tried to get it out of his mouth, and the owner of the other dog said, don't worry about it, just let him have it. I think it's the 3rd ball he's stolen off that dog. And I was like, really? She said, yeah. So I let him have it. The difference is, he seems to have fallen in love with this ball. Unlike the other balls where, I mean, he's got a lot of balls, which he's got a lot of balls. They're just on the floor. He doesn't touch them. This ball, he's got an attachment to. I guess it's just the right shape, the right texture, whatever for him, and he's happy with it. And he's got it with him. He's never far away from it, really. And I went out with him today. We went out. He had the ball. I said, go and get your ball. And he came out with the ball in his mouth. We actually went around. He did drop it a couple of times. And then I said, go and get your ball. So he forgets about it because he's focused, I guess, on the smells and, other things happening. But he's very possessive of it. And we've just gone round to see his mum. And usually he'll go in the garden, but he'll come back. He won't spend much time in the garden. He spent quite a lot of time in the garden playing with his ball. And then he'd come in and he'd jump all over us and stuff. But he really, when it's time to go, I put his lead on and he just came to the front door and left. Normally he makes a big fuss, he barks, everything, because he doesn't want to leave. He didn't care. he had the ball in his mouth and he was happy to go, and he led me home. Went upstairs, ran into the living room with his ball. It seems to be giving him some kind of comfort, and he just seems happier with it. Don't really know how to explain it. It's nice. So I'm just gonna make sure that it's with him. Every time we go out, I make sure he's got the ball, and yeah, it'll be good. Oops, what was that? Wow. So yeah, I'm quite pleased. It's a blue ball. Not that it's really going to make any difference to anyone's life, me telling you that, but it's a blue ball and it's plastic, and he likes it. He loves it, in fact. And it's the first time I've seen him get attached to anything as far as toys go. I have seen him play with balls, and there's this little plastic thing that he loves around his mum's, which is this little red plastic thing, and he loves playing with that, like jumping up and chasing it around and stuff. But this ball, that's almost on a different level. And yeah, it's nice. It's almost like he's starting to act like a dog. So I was pleased with that. I am pleased with it still. I'm trying to think of anything else. What else there is going on before I do the recording. Because Monday now, so it's Monday the 20th of April 2026. I had a shave yesterday, so I shaved my beard off. Or was it Saturday? I shaved my beard off at some point. And when did I do a recording last? Was it Saturday? I did a Q&A Friday, didn't I, on Saturday? So I watched the boxing on Saturday night. That was good. All the fights were good. Every single one. And Whittaker was really good. So it's starting to make me think that maybe I need to do a boxing podcast. Just a boring boxing podcast for sleep. And just maybe do an episode a week. Have it separate, but I'll include it in the Let Me Bore You Sleep, because it'd be like part of the family, in the same way as Trivia Tuesday or Monday's Boring Objects or Bedtime Story Time, although I've not made one of them for yonks and yonks and yonks. But perhaps I could do a boring boxing one on a Sunday and just talk about the boxing that I'd watched the previous night. I could do, couldn't I? And talk about upcoming fights and stuff like that. And it would be both interesting and boring at the same time, potentially, depending on who's listening. Interesting to me, but boring to everyone else. Yeah. I need to contact the council about the old the radiators. Apparently I was talking to someone that's already had their radiators replaced. It takes a day. That includes a new boiler. But I'm not going to need a new boiler because my boiler is only about 6 years old. It's 2019. I think boilers last for about 20, 30 years, don't they? So, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 radiators in this building. in this flat, so it's probably not going to take long at all. If they put in a new kitchen, wow, groovy, baby. That'll be something special. In fact, what I'll try and do, if they do put a new kitchen in, I'm going to have to try and see if I can get myself make sure they leave a gap so that I can put in a big, big or a decent size fridge freezer. At the moment I've just still got the old, I bought a new fridge when I moved in, which is on top of the counter, and an old freezer that was given to me. This was 11 years ago, so the old freezer is probably about 5,000 years old. And I don't really use that because it's too low down. But I've got a chest freezer, like a small chest freezer, and that's the one I use better because it's just easier to get to stuff. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'll do, but it would be nice to get a tumble dryer. But I kind of do all right without one. But yeah, I mean, it's a faff, the whole moving out stuff and all that. But it'll be worth it to have a new kitchen. I mean, because I've got a very small kitchen. It'd be nice to have a big kitchen. Just a little bit of space, a little bit more cupboard space, a little bit more counter space. I could probably add some counter space to the wall where the radiator is, above the radiator. Sort of have something there. I don't know. I suppose it's possible. I'll probably have to just buy that myself and attach it, but I could technically have more space if I wanted to, or more, space to do stuff. So, because I do wonder sometimes whether or not I should perhaps do a bit of cooking, like proper cooking, like I used to do when I was at school. I know why I don't do it, because it's only me, and it's not the only reason I don't do it, but I thought it'd been, actually, when I think of cooking, I'm thinking of maybe making my own bread, or maybe do a bit of baking, some cakes and stuff. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. So, cats and dogs. I'll quickly flick through the first one, because there was a cat that I've already talked about, Tigger, who was didn't have a long. This was when I was 7. It wasn't my cat, it was a family cat, and she left us quite early. She was buried down the bottom of the garden. I think that's what happened last Monday. I mentioned the bottom of the garden where she was buried. So I mentioned the bottom of the garden where she was buried. By the way, I've decided to add some dogs barking in the background just to add a bit of authenticity to this recording, okay? Just sporadically, just so it fits in with the recording. See? Can you hear that? Magic. And then I think I got talking about the the dryer, you know, the twirly dryer things where you put your clothes on and they twirl round. Or you can twirl them around to put more on, you know. Kind of like in a umbrella kind of shape. And for some reason I got diverted to a different subject altogether and never quite got back to cats. So I'm not going to go down that journey again. I'm just going to move on from there. There was an Alsatian that attacked me, but I think I was on my bike and he jumped on me. Didn't do anything, but just was a little bit, wasn't nice. I think I managed to get the day off school with that one, so that was good. I kind of, in the middle of like, is this going to give me a phobia of dogs? But at the same time, I got a day off school, so it's actually quite a good thing. So it's, yeah, I mean, I wasn't injured or anything. It was just a dog off the lead. It should have been on the lead, local person. Other dogs. After that, I'm just going back. My nan had lots of cats. Lots and lots of cats. And she attracted cats. A pussy magnet, you might say. She really, these pussy cats from all over the neighbourhood. Well, when they had the last cat left, my granddad said, no more cats. He didn't want any more cats. And my nan said, okay. And my granddad went out and he came back and there was about 3 cats in the living room, 2 on the settee, 1 on her lap. And she was just looking and smiling. Because they weren't her cats, they were the neighbour cats. When he was out, the cats came round from all around the neighbourhood and just used to hang out with her and with her cats. So his rule of no more cats didn't mean anything because the cats loved her. He used to sit on my lap. It was quite nice, very friendly. I think she was so cat friendly that they loved her. That's just one of those things. They loved being in her house. They used to let themselves in because she had a cat flap on the door. I mean, she didn't have a cat flap, but it was on the back door. And they used to help themselves and just come and go. We didn't have those, those collar alarm things that cats have now, so they can only the cats that live in the house can get in and out. Didn't have that kind of technology in the late 70s. At least I don't think we did. I didn't, anyway. So after that, cats and dogs, let's see. I remember a couple of my friends had pets. Like my friend Jason, he became a chef. So I used to be friends with him, and he'd lived around the corner and I'd hang out with him. And he had a dog. It was not a Dalmatian. He had what's the ones that deaf people have? Not Dalmatians. What the white one, the yellow ones? Dalmatians are the ones with the spots in it, the ones with the acne. Anyway, those ones. Such a beautiful dog, big, calm, the most chilled out dog I've seen in my entire life. And it would just be laying there sunbathing. But there was quite a steep bunch of steps to get up to in order for him to get home. And I think he preferred just to be down there because it was a bit of a hike to get up. I do wonder though, why didn't I? Because I had friends, and then I don't know if it's they just didn't want me visiting anymore. But I had this friend, Jason, and it's hard not to like someone called Jason, isn't it? It's almost such a lovely name. So instant kind of, oh, you know, it's got, oh dear, I'm just being silly. So yeah, I don't know what happened with our friendship though, because I'd known him since junior school, all the way through high school. I used to hang around with him, but then I stopped. And I don't know why. Really don't know why. I was still friends, like friendly at school and that, but I remember when I was about 17, I think I was 17, I got a job. I might have been 18. I got a job in a hotel kitchen, and he was the chef, or he was the assistant chef in there. And it's weird because I was so pleased that he was doing so well, you know, because I might have even been in home economics with him, doing cooking and stuff. I might have even gone to catering college with him. I can't remember. He might have been there. I didn't go with him, but he might have been there as well. But he went on to actually become an actual chef. Mine was just part of my work in the chip shop. So I went to college one day a week for a year in catering college, because that meant that my boss could then pay me £27.30 a week to do a job that he'd previously been paying me £60 a week to do. So me going there on a Wednesday, I think it was a Wednesday, it meant that I was fulfilling what he had to fulfill. He's going to college and making it like official. It's very silly. I mean, literally, I was in catering college, and it was the YTS scheme, youth training scheme, and it was supposed to kind of replace the old what was the scheme called, where people become, with someone becoming an apprentice. Oh, I just added a bit of dog there. I might add a dog in this bit in the background. Because we used to have an apprentice scheme where people would come along and they'd do 2 or 3 years, and then they'd be qualified, and maybe they'd go to college one day a week for an electrician or a builder or whatever. Now, you would never have got an apprenticeship in a chip shop. That wouldn't have happened like in my dad's day, or because they wouldn't have took it seriously, because apprenticeships was for, it wasn't just for like building but it was for someone to end up with an actual qualification and a trade. And I would say probably being a chef is a trade, isn't it? Or a baker, or I don't know. Just lots of different kinds of jobs where you would end up with a trade, with carpenter, machine worker maybe, I don't know, lots of different things. So in the 80s, what happened is, I think the apprentice was still available. You could still become an apprentice with someone who would be like a qualified person, who would then take you on and pay you minimum wage, but they would teach you how to do the job, and you go to college once a week and stuff for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years or whatever it is. But the YTS was like a new thing for school leavers. And a lot of companies, a lot of places took advantage of it just to get really cheap workers. And so, as I said, like YTS at a chip shop, or YTS at an arcade, or YTS in, I'm trying to think, like I had a friend who was in a butcher's doing a YTS scheme, but that gave him a trade, you know, he became a butcher at the end of it. Richard, his name was. So it's, yeah, they just some people took advantage of the situation, which I can understand. I mean, it makes sense a bit, doesn't it? I guess if you're an employer, and why pay £60 when you can pay £27? And I don't think they even paid the full amount. I think the government paid it. I don't think they paid hardly anything towards it. I might be wrong there though. It was a government-sponsored scheme. Oh dear. So yeah, I mean, if I went back, I'd have still done I'd have worked there till the YTS kicked in and then left. So I just said, look, I'm leaving unless you continue to pay me £60, and then they could choose. You know, because then by then, because I started part-time in about March at the weekends while I was still at school. So I did like a Saturday and maybe a couple of evenings. And then when I left school, I still had to go back for exams. I was then started to work more hours, and I'd have time off to do my exams, which were June time. So I was getting paid full time pretty much from like May, June, July, August. So I was getting 60 quid a week probably during that time period. And then September I went down to £27.30. And it's weird that I remember the number, isn't it? It's etched in my brain. But I didn't have the confidence back then to do that and say, look, I want to earn enough so I can actually do things. Because even £60 wasn't a lot of money, but it's a lot more money than I'd ever had in my life before, because I was 15 years old. So 60 quid a week was nice. By September I turned 16. And you might be thinking, what's this got to do with cats and dogs? But I'll be honest with you, I'm enjoying talking about this, so sorry. I will come back to cats and dogs, I promise. I don't know, there was so many opportunities. It bugs me a little bit because my friend's got a son at 17, and he really doesn't see the opportunities that are there for him right now. I mean, he's literally left school. The only problem is, unlike when I was 16, he can't get any help. It's like a rule, I think, either you work or you go to college. So you can't get any benefits, you can't get any monetary help, which means that she's struggling because she's feeding him and all that stuff. So, and I really want to just like, this is possibly the only time in your life, not the best time necessarily, but the one time in your life where you're never going to need a reference unless you have to give qualifications and stuff, but it's literally a clean slate, providing you haven't been to prison and stuff like that, because certain jobs you can't do, isn't there? But it's a clean slate. And it's such a great place to be, because, I mean, he's got a motorbike, which means he can get to places. It's so many options for him. But then I realised that, and I was the same at that age, I didn't care. I had no motivation for career. I was pretty much living on my own, like I was living on my own at 17. was living on my own at 16. So I ended up living above the flat when I was 16. I was 16 in the end of August, and I moved in Easter the next year. And then from then on, I was in and out of different places for decades. And at the time, I didn't realise what a good position I was in. Even though it's difficult, because I wasn't like living with fam, I wasn't at home, and I wasn't living that kind of lifestyle where I could kind of get away with everything and not have to buy any food or pay any rent or anything like that. I was very much not in that situation, because my rent was £40 a week and I was earning £27.30 a week. So I had to do extra overtime. So I ended up with £47 a week coming in. 47, and I had £7 to live on. And that was with like just working all the hours really. I had Sunday off, but it was wow. So 27, 37, so I got an extra £20 a week added on to my YTS money. And £7, it wasn't even a lot then. I mean, there's a heck of a lot then than it is now, I guess. I thought I'd add some dogs in the background just to remind me of the dogs, cats and dogs. It's nice to have some background sound just to remind me of the subject matter, don't you think? Yeah. So I'm trying to think. Talking of dogs, I had another friend, cats. He had these. Are they Siamese cats? The ones with no hair? The dog says yes, but I'm not sure. What do you think? He had Ivan, his name was. He lived at the end of the road. Turn left and on the right hand side, really, really nice bloke or kid or whatever at the time. He's the same age as me. His mum was brilliant. Honestly, I loved his mum. She was so friendly, so kind. If I went round and he wasn't there, she'd just say, just wait. And she'd invite me in for dinner. It's absolutely... it's weird. I remember he came up. We were upstairs playing pool, and I think I was moaning. Oh, blimey, that dog's still going, isn't it? But I was moaning about something, and Ivan said, he got annoyed with me. He said, "You're rich compared to me." And, because I had a snooker table, and it was a much bigger house and stuff, big garden. What he didn't realise is what he did have that I didn't have. He had 2 older brothers that he got on really, really well with. And he had a mother that was he had a happy home that was just a nice, happy home. Do you know what I mean? And it wasn't a big house, but the energy was lovely. And I tried to say to him, I'm a millionaire, but it doesn't... I didn't say that. I said, first of all, I'm not rich. It's a big house. It was a derelict house when we moved in. I think it was like 16 grand when my dad bought it, which is not a lot of money for a house that size, a 7-bedroom house. Well, 6 plus a box room. 3-storey. Massive garden. Helipad. Swimming pool on the roof. Gates made of gold. Just general normal house. And you're like, oh, you're rich, you've got everything. Like, No. No, not at all. I mean, my stepmom was lovely, very friendly. She was. And very welcoming to all my friends. She's always welcoming. Just as friendly as his mum was to me. So that wasn't it wasn't about that, but just the atmosphere wasn't the same. It wasn't the same kind of atmosphere that he had in his house. And I preferred it in his house than mine. But I think he preferred it in my house. We should have swapped, maybe. But his mum was phenomenal. And his brothers, they all had motorbikes and they were all cool. They were like the Fonz. A bit like, you know what I mean? Like a couple of Fonzes, and he was a junior Fonz growing up to be a Fonz. And we didn't hang out so much after probably the second year at high school, third year. But I was still friends with him, still in the same classrooms, and we're still friends. It's a bit like family, isn't it? I think when you're at school and you're in a classroom with the same people for years, year on, and like 5 years in a row or something. They're just like family, and some you enjoy spending time with, and some you don't, and some you go through periods, won't you? I suppose when you're there for them when they need you, or you care about them, but you don't necessarily feel the need to acknowledge that they exist. That's how I think other people felt about me. Everyone cared about me. They just they didn't feel that they needed to acknowledge my existence. So yeah, but there was a lot of love there towards me, I do believe, in my fantasy. But there was, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, his mum had these two cats that stood, it's very much like Egyptian. Do you know, if you go to the Egyptian temples, I've only seen them on TV and in movies and stuff, they've got the long necks, but they didn't have any hair on them. They look like they've been plucked. Big eyes. They're very rare cats, and they weren't allowed outside because I don't know why. I don't think they were anyway. But they used to look at me. And you know, I don't think anyone would steal anything, because they gave that look like, we're watching. Always watching. And they might have been really cuddly and affectionate, but just not to me. They kind of would just, they'd sit on the windowsill, and one would be looking out and one would be looking in. One watching me, one watching to see when a member of the family was coming home. So, but even though the energy was still nice, it's just, I don't know if they took to me. So I'm trying to think if any other of my friends had dogs or cats. Nope. No. No, I can't think of anyone else that had dogs or cats. Even in my road. But we did I don't know what age I was. I wasn't old, but definitely wasn't young either. I was young, but I wasn't like 5. You know, I wasn't living there when I was 5, was I? But for some reason, they got a. By the way, my analytics has just come up for TikTok. The last 7 days, I've had 1,384 views of my videos. The last 28 days, I've had 5,541 views. And the last 60 days, I've had 13,000. And the last year, it won't go back a year, to be fair. It's going to go, it's only been the last, I don't know, but it's 76,000 for the last year. But I'd say it's probably 4 or 5 months. But the last 60 days, 13,000. The last 30 days, 5.5. The last 7 days, 1,384. So it's not bad, is it? Do you think? And I got 929 new viewers in the last 7 days. And in the last, the last year I got 40,000 new viewers. And the last 60 days, 6,951 new viewers. Blimey. So the last 7 days, 1,243 viewers. 28 days, 3,964 viewers. So it's less than the views, but it's still, but these are total viewers, new viewers. Okay. 60 days, 8,809 total viewers, 6,951 new viewers. And out of the 1,243 total viewers for the last 7 days, 929 are new. So let's have a look. Male is 13%, female 34%, and other is 3%. Age 18 to 24 is 55%. 25 to 34 is 25. Did I say 55%? Sorry. 25 to 34 is 25.3%. 35 to 44 is 8.4%. 45 to 54, can you believe I don't even fit into that category anymore? 45 to 54 is 6.6%. And my category, 55 plus, yes, ladies and gentlemen, 55 plus. Every time I hear it, to be fair, the only time I hear it is when I say it, but every time I say it, I still can't believe it. So 4.7% are my age and above. Wow. And followers, I don't have many followers, to be honest. I got 203 new followers in the last year. 60 days 31, 28 days 7, last 7 days 2 new followers. Net followers, is that net or new? I think that's supposed to say new. Oh, unless it's my eyesight. I need new glasses. I really do. I do. So I think apparently, according to my dad, my first stepmom wanted a dog. Now, I know that my dad didn't want a dog because he doesn't like animals, doesn't like pets at all. So he would not have got a dog. In fact, I'm surprised he even got a cat in the past. He won't allow animals in his house at all. He just doesn't like them, doesn't like animals. So I have to assume, what he said is, he got it for her. He got her a dog. She wanted one. It wasn't a normal dog. It wasn't like any normal dog. Just get a dog. A Jack Russell like me. Although he's far from normal. And I think anyone that's got a dog would say the same. They're not normal, are they? They've all got their own thing going on. So what did they do? They got a St. Bernard. The biggest dog that they could get. Huge dog. And when it was a puppy, and it was from a puppy as well, so it was tiny. It really was tiny. And I couldn't believe that it was going to grow up to be big. Because I was probably, 14 at the time. And I struggled with the concept of how can something that small really get very big. Like, I just couldn't really grasp my head around it, really. and so much fun. Where Misty, her name was, a female, and she was so much fun as a puppy, as all puppies are just phenomenal, just so full of energy, and it's a shame because she was too big. You need a big space for a St. Bernard. Like, it'd be ridiculous for me to have a St. Bernard in this place. I mean, the dog would take up half the room. It's ridiculous having a big dog in a small space. That's my personal opinion. I just wouldn't do it. And although we weren't living in a small space, because it was quite a big house, it wasn't big enough for her because all the space was filled up with tables, and there wasn't much space where you could just walk through. Does that make sense? Because there was quite a few of us living there. So to start with, it was great. This little dog running around. But you could literally just sit and watch her grow in front of you. She would grow in real time. It was amazing. I mean, I'm lying, but technically she was growing. I mean, they don't just have a little spurt today. They must be growing the whole time. Very slowly, but quickly at the same time. She outgrew the house. She couldn't even come into the house. She was too big. Because she'd come in and she'd knock everything over. My dad built a kennel for her. And she was pretty much an outside dog. And, I mean, they've got the warmth. They've got all that fur and whatever to be okay. But I don't want to use the word. She didn't get the life that she deserved, because at that time the family was kind of breaking up, and one brother had gone. I think the other brother had gone. It was just me and my little brother. After, and then my dad was working all the time, and then my stepmum started working all the time. So it just got to the point where there was less and less people around, and I'd be there. I'd go straight from school, look after my little brother until my stepmum got back. Then I'd go into karate or just chill out. But the dog Misty was there, and it wasn't safe for us to go into the back gate because she'd literally jump on us. And I found it scary because she was so big. She was way, way bigger than me. Probably weighed about 16 stone. I weighed about 7 stone. I couldn't take her for a walk. It wasn't that she was trying to... she would. It's the old thing, isn't it? Oh, your dog's taking you for a walk. She was dragging me behind her. Because she didn't even notice. I don't think she even knew I was there. She was walking at her pace, which was a lot faster than my pace. And I think, and it's quite weird. Here's a weird thing. This is funny, but I remember her getting scared of a chihuahua. Because she had no idea how big she was. It's a beautiful dog. All dogs are beautiful, aren't they, really? So it was a beautiful dog. But she didn't know how big she was compared to... Well, there was no other dogs as big as her in the town, probably. Maybe there was another St. Bernard somewhere. And she just... The hardest thing for me was the slobber. She used to slobber everywhere. And that's normal for St. Bernards. And so I'd be going to school, and she'd jump on me and slobber all over me. So I'm trying to wipe it off. I walk into my classroom. I think I've got it all off me, my jumper. Yeah, but I missed it, and it's right just on my trousers, around my groin and my leg. All this like white spit slobber stuff. And I'm trying to explain to everyone that it's the dog. And no one's believing me. It was the dog. It's a dog slobber. No, yeah, sure. How's the teachers? And it was embarrassing. And I was just constantly walking around with white stained trousers. And I said, it's a dog. And they said, how long have you had the dog for? I said, well, a year now. So how come you've been walking into school with those white stains on your trousers for the last 4 years? No comment, Your Honour. So I just, yeah, it was difficult. So I used to go into the front door. In the end, had to be rehoused or refamilied or whatever, rehomed, because there was, they didn't have anyone to look after her anymore, because the family sort of went different ways, as it were. And I don't know where she went to, but she found a nice family somewhere. I think she might have gone and lived on a farm where she had a bit more space, because we was kind of in the countryside. I mean, everywhere in the UK is near the countryside, really. So that was Misty. Just trying to think the next animal. It was quite weird, because Misty, she'd go into one room, she'd come out again as like, oh, it's a different dog. No, she'd just grown. It's ridiculous. I've got a few stories, but I won't. She's a lovely dog. Just the voice, woof, woof. I was too scared to go into the back gate, because literally she would pin me down to the floor and I couldn't get up. And she would just slobber all over me and lick my face. She loved me, obviously. She loved all of us. But I just couldn't get, I couldn't get her off. She was so heavy. I think they used to feed her tripe. That cost an absolute fortune, I think, as well. So, the next thing, trying to think, the next time I had any kind of cat or dog experience, so I'm going through 1986, nothing there. I think my boss got a Doberman, not a Doberman, a Rottweiler, but didn't see it very often because it was at his house. So I'm pretty sure he got a Rottweiler, and that was a little bit, I don't know, just a little bit on edge with that one, because I think I've seen too many movies, but that was a big, strong dog. Cats, 86, nothing. 87, nope, no cats or dogs in 87 that I remember. 88, 88, no, not 88, nothing, I don't think. 88. Oh, I added the sound effects of a dog here, I think, just to make it, keep the authenticity up. Yeah, 89, I met someone that had these 2 kittens, and I held one of them and it wee-weed in my hands, or all over me actually, and they found it hilarious. Not the cats, but the owners. I didn't enjoy it so much. But what I did find funny is these kittens were running, they were defying gravity. They were running around the room, literally around the wall, the curtains, and they were clinging onto the wallpaper as they were running so fast around. A bit like those motorbikes. The motorbikes in that that circle thing, and they just go around and around and around and around and around, so that almost gravity stops or whatever. I was like, wow, never seen that in my life before. So there's them 2 cats, and I lived there for a while. after that. So I lived there with those cats. So that's 89. No, don't know of any other cats or dogs during that period. 1990, no cats or dogs either. I mean, most of the places that I lived were just rooms in a house that I would rent, and we weren't allowed to have pets. Goldfish was okay, but other than that, we couldn't have dogs or cats or anything. Although I did rent some rooms that had cats in the house, like where the landlady would live in the house as well, which is never it's never ideal. So 1990, nothing. 1991. Yeah, 1991, when I moved to Stratford, when I lived in Stratford, my landlady who lived there as well, just me and her, there was a spare room that eventually got filled in with someone. There was multiple cats there. Multiple cats. I don't know how many, but there was a lot. And we lived behind a graveyard, like a really old, derelict graveyard that wasn't even being used, that was all shut off from the public. And then there was like a newer graveyard that still had graves hundreds of years old. So I've got no idea how old the graves were that were behind us. So it's quite quiet neighbours. And the cats would go over there to climb, because basically the house wasn't very big. It wasn't like tiny, but it wasn't very big. And the garden didn't really have a garden. It was like you go out the back and it was just like a patio and big walls, because literally the graveside was the other side. So these big walls either side. And that was it. Just a little bit of probably room to put some washing out or something. And I remember one of her cats went missing, and I went into the graveyard to look for the cat, and it had been in one of the holes. I don't know. It was a very derelict area. Probably wasn't safe to be walking around in it, but it kind of, I don't know if it got trapped, but it came out eventually. And yeah, she had a few. She used to get. I remember sometimes I'd go to the supermarket for her because she was disabled, so I'd help her out. She'd pay for the taxi, so like get a taxi there, get a taxi back, and she'd give me a list of stuff to get, and she'd give me money, so I'd do it for her. And I remember once there was only 2 items on the list, and it was but it was quite a lot of stuff. So it was a full trolley full. So it was cat food and toilet paper. And it's just as I was waiting there, to pay, and it was going along the moving surface thing that they have at the cashier, and I realised what a weird combination of items to just be buying on their own. Cat food and toilet paper. It's almost like, am I eating the cat food? Is that why I need so much toilet paper? And I felt a little bit embarrassed. And didn't really need to be. Just like, I don't know, just the idea of people thinking that I eat cat food. And in a way, I was 20 years old. I didn't really want people to think that I used toilet paper. in a weird way. It's like, I don't want people thinking, I don't want people looking at me and just imagining me on the toilet. But they probably weren't, were they? They were focused on their own things. That's in the days when I used to believe that people were actually taking notice of what I was doing. But I was probably wrong. So I lived there for 4 years, and then I escaped there, and I lived with my friend who had a dog, a black dog, and he was a daddy's boy though, or she was a daddy boy. She loved her daddy, but was friendly, but wasn't really bothered about me, but loved her daddy, really, and so I lived there for a little while, and then I moved into another house with someone that I was working with, and he was my new landlord, and he had a dog, another black dog that was pretty vicious to start with, until I realised that it was a softie. It was all show. I mean, he could be vicious, but he wasn't really. Do you know what I mean? He's kind of like, once you got to know him, the facade dropped. So I lived with him for a while, for a couple of years, and he was not friendly towards other dogs. But when my friend would go away, he acted differently. So I'd have a week, I'd look after the dog for a week, or, for a weekend or whatever, and I'd take the dog out, and literally he didn't growl at other dogs. It's like he didn't care. It's weird. Maybe he just didn't feel the need to defend me. He was just being defensive, for his dad. Maybe, I don't know. That dog hasn't shut up. It's not the dog over the fence. That's like, I think it's way over the other side, I think. And then, it might be. Maybe it is the one, I don't know. I lose track. There's so many dogs shouting at each other sometimes. And then, when I moved out of there, no dogs. I moved into a place that had a dog in 96. Moved into a place, a different dog. And she was lovely. She was a puppy. Well, like, just beyond being a puppy when I moved in there. So it was absolutely gorgeous. I used to take her for walks and stuff. And it's very therapeutic. Got me out of the house because I wasn't in the... I'd kind of gone from being homeless to being kind of rescued, really. So it was quite nice. And I was waiting for benefits to come through because I had no money and couldn't do anything for a while. And then I got a job in security, and so I had some money coming in after that. But I liked that dog. I got on with that dog. But that house also had cats as well. So there was probably 2 cats when I moved in, and one of the cats had puppies, and suddenly there was like loads of little dogs, cats, whatever, running around. So that was weird. Honestly, and I think she kept about 3 of them. So suddenly I had about 5 cats, and I really kind of got to know cats a bit more then, because before, when I lived in the house in 91 with the cats, I kind of wasn't really interested in the cats. I stayed upstairs. But I made friends with one of the cats. It's the first time the only time really, I've ever had a relationship with a cat. And I realise that sounds a bit strange, but it was this ginger cat, and I like gingers anyway, and it used to come into my bedroom and walk up and down my back. And just be purring and It was so relaxing. So relaxing. And I think this was, because I moved back there. That's when that happened. So they had a cat and a dog when I first moved in. Then I moved out, and I moved in with my friend who had a dog, a black dog. So I lived with him for a while. Then I moved back to the other place that had a black dog, the one where the puppy was, but she's grown up by now. And there was the ginger cat that took to me. And I really needed a bit of TLC, you know, because of what had been going on. And that cat was just really took to me. So that was nice. It's the first time I'd had any kind of connection with a cat before. Although I'd not really ever had a connection with a dog either. I like dogs. I think I've always been okay with them. And I've lived with a few. But I never had that kind of close connection because they were never my dogs. You know, they'd be there, and as soon as the owner came in, they'd move away from me like I didn't exist. So I was like, okay, it's not. So I'd never really felt that connection. But this cat really seemed to like me, took to me. And the weird thing that I noticed about cats is, well, in that house, how the weird places they sleep. On the stairs, for example, it's the dumbest place to sleep, but it was also the dumbest place to leave things, and there was constantly stuff on the stairs, left on the stairs, whether it's books, whether it's shoes, handbags, clothes. And you might argue it's not a dumb place to leave stuff. It is, and we can't argue against it. It's a tripping hazard. Anything that can trip you up on the stairs it's not ideal. It's not the brightest thing to do. And I've had it here sometimes where people have left stuff at the bottom of the stairs, or they put stuff in the middle of the stairs. I was like, no, I make sure those stairs are cleared. I've been down them once before. I don't want to go down them again. And I did trip down the stairs a few times. But I can't believe the cats would actually sleep on the stairs. Maybe they're comfortable. They must be, mustn't they? Maybe. But it's not comfortable when someone stands on you, though, is it? So I imagine it did seem to like it. I do my best to sort of keep an eye out, but when the light's off or the light's really low, and it's like, ow, like, oh, why are you sleeping on the stairs? And why would they go to the toilet in the bath? That's something that I could never get my head around. I mean, they had plenty of places to go. Why in the bath? I got a couple of stories about the cats, but they're not nice stories, so I won't tell them. But it's they are so cute when they're little, aren't they? There's no such thing as every kitten is just perfect. It's like every puppy, every baby. There's something kind of perfect about them. I mean, human babies, no, maybe not so much, but dogs and cats and all animals are just so cute when they're first born, aren't they? When they're little. Humans, a little bit like aliens, aren't they, when they're first born? But that's okay. I'd never say that. I'd never say that to someone that actually just had a baby. Oh, isn't she the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? Like, no. Genuinely no. And I don't mean to be rude, but no. No. Mind you, the smell of a baby's head still just had an interruption. Vinny was barking, I was telling him off. But there was someone at the door. But they weren't at my door, but they were at the door knocking on someone else's door opposite. And it was his friend from downstairs. So he was like so excited, and I was moaning at him. I feel bad now. So the next dog, you know what? I don't think there's any other dogs after that. So when I moved out of there, there's no dogs or cats. I moved. No dogs, no cats, anywhere I lived until here. And my friend downstairs had Logie, who was dog unfriendly towards other dogs. Absolutely the most calmest, loveliest dog you'll ever meet indoors. All he wanted is to be loved. He was just wanting to be cuddled. So friendly, and yeah, you couldn't really ask for a nicer dog, like temperature wise, you know, temperament. But when he was out, another dog's not good. So and he was a big dog, so too big for a flat like this. I used to say that to my friend downstairs. He's too big, you can't have. And he went and got another dog, which was the same kind of breed, but smaller, but growing. It was like, and that was just before he left. So had to rehome that one first. Then I had Logie for about 3 months before I could rehome him, because I didn't trust him with Vinny. Even though they got on, I couldn't leave him alone, because Vinny's, he can really push your buttons, and I don't think Logie had the patience. And because of the size difference, it would have been, yeah, I would never leave them on their own together. So other than Logie, I got Vinny in 2.5 years ago, and I think, what was it, 2.5 years ago? Yeah, 2.5. Is it 2.5 years? 3.5 years. Nearly 3.5 years ago. And I've talked endlessly about Vinny, so that's kind of it, really. It's weird having him in my life, but I have. And he's still here. I don't know where he is now. I think he's at the door listening to the conversation that's going on outside, because he absolutely adores the lady from downstairs. I bet he's at the front door, honestly. I'll look at the camera, they're still out there. So, but he's not barking, which is weird. So that's it. I kind of covered all the dogs and cats that I've experienced in my life that I can think of. Can't think of any other cats or dogs that I've really had any contact with, apart from the cat that beat up Vinny, my neighbour's cat, when she was pregnant, and Vinny kind of got a little bit too close, and since then he's been very, very cautious of cats. And we do have a cat in this road that rules. It literally is boss cat. It rules the road. Got nothing we can do about it. The cat sits or lays down on the pavement. You've got to walk around it, and it will just sit in the road, and the cars have to wait for it to move. Seriously, I've never seen cats with an attitude like that before. He runs the road. All the other cats kind of have to abide by its rules. And that, I do believe, is the end of this recording. And I'm going to have something to eat while I watch Minder, I do believe. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax. in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, feelings in your wrists. The muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful. Deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace just wandering away. Happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside. So there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10.
8. 7. 6.
4. 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. 2. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs. Shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness. The same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles. There's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, The idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles. The strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3.2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number. starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases, which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus on your eyes, moving down to your jaw, down to your neck, your shoulders, arms, hands, chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing now your toes on both of your feet. Being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm going to go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep to your ankles, and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy. So simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel. As well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. relaxation and sleepiness expanding. Starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. Candle 82. 71. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47.
46. Candle 45. Candle 42. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. candle 35. Candle 34. Candle 33. Candle 31. Candle 30. Candle 29. 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. Candle 23. Candle 22. candle 17. Candle 16. Candle 14. Candle 12. Candle 11. Candle 10. let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and calmness filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit. Open and closing your hands very gently. Just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck, just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. I'm not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that's a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, time you breathe, it moves very gently and slowly, automatically, with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly, observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement to your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm. I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling, maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, they're kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips, and also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect relaxation, to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship and movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small to 7. That feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 that's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a, I don't know, Batman mask or something. Or, I'm trying to, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Noticing as you scan your face, your jaw, your eyes, your cheekbones, your ears, your forehead, your scalp, and your neck, feeling of relaxation, not just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, physically and mentally feel right now. How peaceful your mind feels. It feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to relax. So I'm going to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually almost they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focusing on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's been released. Maybe that's causing that. next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's the part which quite often, well, for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So, and I'm doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax, in your own words, in your own tone, in your own voice. You can say out loud or you can just say it to yourself internally. But you're focusing and you're saying it literally to the back of your neck, as if the back of your neck can actually hear what you're saying. So do that now. Just say relax to the back of your neck. And I'll do the same. Now what I noticed, and you may have had a similar thing, is even though I was focusing on the back of my neck, other parts started to, I don't know, show themselves to me, or maybe because they want to be relaxed as well, but I started noticing the feelings in my shoulders, the tension in my shoulders and in my upper back. Whether that was because my back of my neck was saying, well, I'm pretty much okay. It's the other parts that need attention. But my back of my neck is still relaxing. But I just became more aware of other parts that needed attention. Now this might happen, and it's not, it doesn't mean that it's going wrong. It just means you're being notified of more places that also want to feel relaxed. So I'm going to focus on my upper back. So you can do the same. Even if you don't have any feelings of tension that are obvious in your upper back, if you just focus on your back and the whole area from your shoulder blades down to the middle of your back, down your spine. I mean, with me, it's more the shoulder blades that are more, yeah, that's the parts that are really sort of giving me the nod that it needs relaxing. So I'm just going to ask that part to relax. And you can do the same now. Relax your upper back. Something strange happened there, and this often happens. I've been doing this for 16 years or something, and often, I don't know why I'm surprised, but amazed really that there can be a feeling. So when I was focusing on the back of my neck, my upper back was starting to feel quite stressed and in need of attention. As soon as I started talking to you about my upper back and talking about, getting ready to ask the upper back to relax, my upper back already started to relax. It's almost as if it doesn't need to hear the words, just needs the attention, just needs to be noticed. That is something that often happens in this type of situation, is when you start to relax a couple of parts of your body, as we've done with our hands, our eyes and our eyelids, and now back of the neck, top of the back, upper back. The rest of the body seems to just take notice and decide in its own way to start relaxing. Other parts of your body start to just become looser. I suppose it's kind of like a bit of an avalanche, The little ball starts rolling, and before you know it, the whole of your body is completely relaxed and calm. And if you focus on your face, you focus on your eyes, your eyelids, your eyebrows, and the muscles around your eyes. Maybe you start to notice that your forehead is more relaxed than it was. Maybe your face is more relaxed. I would say my entire face is a lot more relaxed than it was. So we're going to focus now on your shoulders. Again, just like before, just tell your shoulders. I mean, you can do them individually. You can do right shoulder, left shoulder. I just generally do both at the same time. And just tell your shoulders as you focus on them in your mind. Focus on how they feel. Maybe you can see them in your mind's eye. And just tell your shoulders to relax. It feels nice as they relax. But I do notice, probably especially with my back, is the connection between the different parts. The back, the shoulders, the neck. Being all connected and being such a large part of your body. It's almost hard to separate them from each other. And my lower back has started to relax on its own. too slow. And that could be an issue because we all go at different speeds. And the idea at the beginning of this recording was for you to be able to just say to yourself, relax. Without focusing on any particular part of your body. Because when you know that telling your hands to relax and your hands relax, you tell your eyelids and your eyes, the muscles around your eyes and your eyebrows to relax, and they relax. You tell the back of your neck to relax, and it relaxes. You tell your upper back to relax, and it relaxes. You tell your shoulders to relax, and they relax. And when you told your hands to relax, they relaxed and they continued to relax. When you told your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows to relax, they relaxed and continue to relax. When you told the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck, and told it to relax. It relaxed and continued to relax. When you told your upper back to relax, it relaxed and continued to relax. As with your shoulders, you told your shoulders to relax, and your shoulders relaxed and continued to relax. And it's not just that, it's that the rest of your body has also been listening, and that relaxation has been spreading. So from your eyes, the relaxation spread to your forehead, around your face, into your skin, body relaxes more, your mind becomes slower, more peaceful, to the point where if you choose to fall asleep, you can easily do that. Easily drift away because there's nothing going on in your mind. Your brain is peaceful. Your body continues to relax. And with that connection between your body relaxing and the word that you say to yourself, relax, means that you don't need to focus on just one part. You can just focus on your entire body. Saying the powerful word, relax. And observe those familiar sensations of comfort spreading throughout your body, loosening and calming and healing every part of your body, feeling more relaxed. So that all you need to do from now on is just tell yourself, relax, and observe feeling completely comfortable and calm. So relaxed. Starting now with number 20. 19. 18. 17. goes a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? 2. We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that body space between the muscles being active physically or mentally, to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of